All right, welcome to the Franchise Time Machine. We are starting a little early tonight. Dr. Dynastic has another commitment he has to get to. So I'm going to get started a little bit earlier. That also means I wasn't fully ready to stream right now, so you're going to have to bear with me. I'll repeat that for when the raid comes in too. But I think it's important to maintain the raid train for Nolan and Ezra Denny with OOTP After Dark, and frankly back to me tonight. So do everything I can to keep it going. Oh, maybe it's Docula who's going to raid into us. I haven't had that happen before. It really is Docula that's raiding in. I actually kind of wish it was the tiger. I don't know if you've seen it, but I kind of like Doc's new tiger character. It's a tiger. It's a VTube tiger in a trench coat. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. That's my first time being raided by Docula. That was pretty exciting. Dr. Dynastic, good luck getting to your PA gig in time. For those of you who might have missed it, I'm starting a little bit earlier, so you might have to bear with me while I do a few things on stream that I normally do before stream. But definitely worth it to keep the raid train going. And worth it to get raided by Docula. I will say, before the raid came in, I was watching Docula set up the raid. I did say that I kind of wish it was that new tiger character doing the raid. I like Doc's new tiger character. All right, so here's what we're doing tonight, or today, depending on what part of the country you're in. And I'll be following this up with a related stream tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific time, which is my usual time to stream. We have a bunch of community games that we play on my stream. They're channel point redemptions, so anyone who watches enough can collect channel points and redeem them to play on stream. And the most popular was Create-A-Ros, which involves using the player creation engine by level and position. So the player creation engine has different levels of player you can create. And building a roster that way and seeing how that team does in the most recent run environment. So in OOTP25, that was the 2023 season. Now in OOTP26, we use the 2024 run environment. And we kept the leaderboard, and there was lots of excitement when it seemed like we might be able to have someone knock off EVC and NYC2. Should I buy OOTP my computer? I only use the app. If you're talking about OOTP Go, I find OOTP Go very convenient for things like signing up for tournaments, participating in auctions for variants, which are a type of card in the Perfect Team side. But I find the PC version much easier for playing the base game, which is the historic side of OOTP, and for doing a lot of the tournament functions. in particular, like setting up rosters and pitching staffs. Now, I know there are people who do all of that on Go, and I think that's amazing. I just have not figured out how to do it, partly because I haven't had to, because I do most of that stuff on PC. So there are people in the community, maybe you can find them in this chat or in other chats, but there are some people who are Go only, and they seem to be doing fine. But I find a lot more flexibility and freedom in using the PC most of the time, and then Go for kind of like when I'm literally on the go or want to sign up for a tournament, you know, while I don't know, like watching my kids play t-ball or from bed, right? Like there's lots of other use cases for Go. So yes, but so if you're having a good time in Go, you might have a great time once you get the PC version. Um, but again, if anyone in this chat is one of those Go only players, um, maybe weigh in for Tyler DB. But I get a lot of use and enjoyment out of the flexibility I get from the PC version for sure. And I always get both. Um, I've been getting OOTP for over a decade, and I started playing Perfect Team about a year and a half ago. And then I got Go more as um, a quality of life addition for playing on the PC than for using it strictly for Go. I will say I've done drafts. I've done perfect drafts on Go, and it seemed fine. Especially once I got the hang of it. Um, but even after I did the drafts, I didn't quite know how to do the roster stuff, so I would do that when I got back to a PC. But I know people are able to do it and win tournaments, so it definitely won't preclude you from doing well. I just enjoy having both. So the creator roster was very popular, and EVC and NYC2, who was one of our best ambassadors of the game and one of our best streamers, give him a shout out, set a record very early on for most wins in creator roster that lasted for most of the cycle. But it was so popular that I created other versions, including a lowball version, which was trying to make the worst team possible. And this actually probably ended up being the second most popular online or on stream game. And so we flipped the number. So in regular creator roster, let me find the slide for that. In regular creator roster, you get 4 legend level players and only 2 scrub level players, and 5 of every level in between, and trying to build the best team possible. And then I thought it'd be fun to roll out this lowball version. So we swapped the legend and scrub totals. You get 2 legends instead of 4, and 4 scrubs instead of 2. And this worked pretty well. Most of the teams won, between 30 and 50 games in a 162 game season. But then something interesting happened when I started repeating a test I did in OOTP25 in OOTP26. And that was to use these Create-A-Roster rules, which is for every position and level, you get 5 players generated, and you pick which one you want to keep. And then delete the others and build the roster that way. Well, I did that, but let's see what happens if we just do scrub level players, just to see how bad Psycho Ducko. Oh, so what Psycho Ducko is referring to is I always have a pack giveaway that we do. It's 7 packs for first place, 3 packs for second place, guessing the outcome of the stream. And I can put that up now. We can do that now. And I will just advise you should probably wait until you hear my whole spiel and watch me create the team before you submit your guesses. So yeah, Flash, one thing I told Dr. Dynastic is the initial idea, I came up with this while watching his Red Rock League player creation. And then I experimented with it a bit, and I thought, I think I first tried 10 players at a time, and that ended up being too good. And then five was like, five seemed to be a good kind of happy medium. So yeah, so let me get up a form here. I've got a form we've been using for these experiments in general. Now, one thing to keep in mind is this form, I tried to design it to be able to use at all levels, bench level through legend level. So there are some questions about like, will this team win the World Series that might not apply to some experiments. And there are other questions like, will this team finish last in the majors, which might not apply to a higher level simulation. But let me make a copy of this form and update the title, and then put it in the stream. I like to make the whatever edits we have to make on stream so people can ask questions. So as soon as I make these edits, I'll put it up. But basically what we're doing is, oh, let me show you. You'll need this context to understand. So when I did this experiment, so scrub level means every position was made by creating 5 scrub level players of that position, picking the best, and then deleting the other 4. So the name is a little misleading. The players are not all scrub level. They're all created at scrub level. But because we're cherry picking, they're probably at least like a level or 2 up. But all we can say for sure is they were generate the scrub level. So we're calling it a scrub level team. That team won 11 games, won 11 and 151 in a major league season. Marbek, welcome in. Marbek77 is one of our OTP streamers from Spain. Streams OOTP games in Spanish. Excellent streamer, excellent person. Give Marbek a follow if you're interested. I highly recommend it. Marbek often will switch to English when he knows I'm watching, even though I would prefer to listen in Spanish because I think it's interesting to hear it in another language. But yeah, he's so nice. He always tries to. I feel like when he realizes that there are affiliate streamers or a U.S. audience in the chat, I feel like he tries to. Oh, the Orioles beat you up, Marbek. But I would like the Spanish language experience, so I always want Marbek to keep going in Spanish. What I don't understand, I think it more than makes up for in the experience. And Marbek, which team are you? Is your save? The Orioles beat you up, but which team are you these days? Dukeston wants an OTV stream in Klingon. Ezra Denny could do it. Maybe Ezra or Attica Online, maybe. there probably are people who might be able to do that in our community. Trying to figure out here. So, Shives21, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, so the thing we notice as we're doing these experiments is the lower levels are generating players that are significantly better than OOTP25 was. So I tried to keep everything the same. I used the same methodology for creating the players, choosing them, and deleting them. I let myself have a little more leeway in managing the team than Create-A-Roster players get. So I could be a little more hands-on in setting the pitching staff and the rotation and the lineups and the strategies. And so I repeated that same way of doing it in OOTP26. And you can see there's a pretty big difference in wins at the lower levels. And by average level, things kind of leveled out. And I believe at the legend level, I believe we won 158. I'll double check that and update the slide later. And so I don't really think there's a need to do good and star. I feel like the changes we noticed were definitely at the lower level. 156 from Psychodeck. Thank you. I knew it was higher, but just a little bit higher. Definitely within the RNG range. And so that's the context in which I'm reformulating the rules for lowball, because this will no longer work. Right? Only having 4 scrubs is not going to create the level of bad play that we're looking for. Right? When a scrub only team can win 31 games and a bench only team wins 75, right? This team is going to win too many games. Oh, so people pick 55 and 155 and 57 around you. That's why it was so memorable for Psycho Ducko, because we do this pack giveaway game every time I stream, or a version of it, basically just guessing the outcome of the stream. So you can see if an all bench team is, 75 wins, and I want the target to be, most teams finish below 50 wins, and an outstanding performance, whether powered by RNG or not, is below 40 wins, then even an all bench team is too good. And so this team is way too good. So I'm going to try out a different formulation today, see how that goes. If it goes well, maybe I do an official lowball test run tonight at 10 p.m. Pacific. If not, I'll try a different approach. The other approach I have in mind is when you generate players in the player creation engine, you can select what level you're creating them for. And I think those of you watching Dr. Dynastic create Red Rock League players know this. He's creating independent league players. We're creating MLB level players. And I think that's the change that was made. And I think it's a change for the better, by far. Because before, the scrub level players were definitely sub-major league caliber. Now they feel more like they are truly major league caliber scrubs. Like they could be on a major league roster and stick around. They just won't be very good. They'll be the bottom of the roster, or the back end of the bench, or the tail end of the bullpen. But at least they will play like they belong in the majors. And before, I think we were getting scrub level players that were below major league level. But the reason those players exist in the game is because we have AAA, AA, rookie ball, potentially like college, right? I know someone was making a NCAA save that had all the conferences and the teams, and but to do that you need sub major league players, right? And so there's a reason they exist. But I think the decision by OOTP to cut those out of the major league level scrubs, I think that's good for the game. It just is bad for lowball creator roster. So the other thing I was thinking of testing tonight, if this doesn't work today, is changing the destination league from MLB to maybe to AAA. So that's the other card we have to potentially play here. So as Psycho Ducko mentioned, here's the pack giveaway form. I'll edit it in the stream here. This is a copy of the one from a legend level test, so you have to understand I'll be editing this on the fly. CAR is the definition we use for creator roster. Alright, so in today's stream, we'll be testing the lowball version of creator roster in OOTP26. The goal remains the same. OP25 to create the worst team possible using the player creation engine. But recent experiments show that even scrub level players have been improved so much that the old low ball rules will result in a team that is too good. I don't actually remember exactly how many teams I won, but I did a test of this. And it was way too many wins. Let me see if I can find it, actually. If I can find it, I'll put it up on the screen. Low ball test. Here we go. I think I found it. Okay, it doesn't sound like a lot, but we won 72 games. And considering the record in OOTP25 was 20 and 142. And I don't know that we had a run over 50 wins. So 72 is way too many wins. Yes, Psycho Ducko. Think of it like golf. We want the lowest win total possible here. And given, I think 20 was maybe even too low, because the idea is for it to be competitive all cycle, right? We want people to keep shooting for the title. And if you hit 20 too soon, it's really hard to conceivably get worse than that. So I would like for this test run to end up in the 50s. Right? So that as people figure out different ways to try to make their run worse, and maybe people get a little better, random number generator luck in the player creation or in the day-to-day simulations, right? They can push that total lower. So I think 72 is too high to start. I definitely don't want it in the 20s to start. It'd be great if people get to the 20s, right, by being innovative and creative. But I don't want to start there. So the team that was too good was 72 and 90. So the question is, what are we going to change these numbers to? And I have an idea. We're going to try it out. It's really tough, though, given the floor is 31 wins from an all scrub team. Nothing but scrubs, which is the lowest level available at Major League in the Major League version of this. And they won 31 games. So, even adding one legend level player to that team could push them way up. Now, of course, I and various members of our late night community have come up with different ways to keep that from happening. But there's a limit to how much we can do if you have to take, 2 legend and 5 star. Like star level players are, pretty much all star level. The legend level players are kind of future Hall of Fame level. People have different definitions, but also when you factor in that you get to pick 1 and delete 4, then, it gets even better. 1 legend, 6 scrub. Well, it'd have to be 19. 4 star. Wait. 1 legend, 4 star, and 6 scrub. Well, that's only 7 players, though. Well, we'll get to that. I'm going to put it in the form here. So I'll probably delete this exhibit. Well, maybe I'll leave it in. It might be useful for people to see. Oh, the rest would stay the same? I think that's way too many good and average players still. Because the all average team won 111 games. So I'm going to leave this exhibit in. I think it might be helpful for people to see what we're talking about here. Oh, sorry. Let me put the form up. I added this exhibit to some of our pack giveaway forms, right? So I think knowing this will be helpful, even if you've seen it in the stream. You might want to refer to it. Okay. So players, I think I have a sense that already says this. Players are generated. Okay, I'll just move this paragraph up, I think. We will create players to fill all 26 roster spots to replace a 2024 Major League Baseball team. Now, one of the strategies people use is replace a really bad team. Because a part of what you're doing is competing for the worst record in the majors, then get rid of one of the worst teams in the majors to make room for yourself. So we're going to take over the 2024 Chicago White Sox. For each roster spot, we'll create 5 players. For a given position and level. One will be chosen for the team, the other 4 will be deleted. The 10-pack giveaway will be based on how well you can guess the outcome of this season. Let me move this in case we want it later. Oops, I did not mean to copy that. I meant to move it. Let me try that again. Okay. The reason for the changes. I guess are there multiple? Yeah, there are multiple reasons. The reasons for the changes are that we've noticed the several tests indicate that the player creation engine in OOTP seems to be producing much fewer 0.5 and 1.0 star players at the scrub and bench levels than OOTP25. The goal of these reformulation tests is to get a test run of, I'm going to say 45 to 55 wins in a 162 game season. All right. Apologies if you hear neighborhood sounds, but it's getting warm here in Portland and I've got the windows open today. Okay, I've included an exhibit below. With some of the test results comparing OOTP25 and OOTP26. One player out of every 5, all generated at the same level. Right, each player is likely above the nominal level because we're generating 5 players and choosing the best and and cherry picking the best of each batch. And just in general, I just wanted to reiterate, I think this is a good thing for general OOTP gameplay. It's just, it makes Create-A-Roster a little tough. But I'm all in favor of decisions being made for general base gameplay, and then I will figure out a way around that, because I know what I do is pretty different from how most people play the base game. And then for people who do play Create-A-Roster, I just want to clarify, this probably goes up here. During the tests, I gave myself the opportunity to adjust lineups. Right, I did not set my position order in advance, and but today, we'll return to regular low ball Create-A-Roster rules. Part of that means I'm going to have to set my roster choices in advance. All right, as far as the packet waveform, closest answer wins. We are not using Price is Right rules. That means you can guess high and still get that question right. There's a survivor style set of questions up front. Only first place will be determined by the survivor style questions. Even if first place is determined, and there's only 2 people who made it to the last of the survival style questions, everyone's back in for the second place tiebreaker, which is based on who gets the most answers closest to right in a bunch of quantitative questions. Now, if no one is identified in the survivor style section, then first and second place are determined by that quantitative tie-breaking section. And I am going to add a new tiebreaker because we've had a little too many second place ties. I'm supposed to be giving out 10 packs per stream. I've been having to give out 13 a few times. So, and to not abuse the privilege that OOTP Develops is giving us by letting me give away 10 packs per stream, I'm going to try to correct for that starting tonight. I mean, we've been working on it. I think I have a new way to do it. If there is still a tie at the end of the numerical tiebreaker section, whoever got the closest correct answer, because it's not always correct, it's just closest. I'm going to say a closest answer. Correct / closest answer closest to the end of the form will win the final tiebreak. Right, so there are a bunch of questions. If let's say 2 people end up tied for second place, between the 2, whoever had the latest correct answer will win the tiebreak, because I feel like the answers towards the end are a little more challenging than the answers in the beginning. And you'll see why when we go over the form. All right, so the experimental details, in case you're interested, in case you want to try this on your own, which I encourage, or in case you think they might influence your answers, here is what we're running. 162 game season in the 2024 run environment, using our usual simulation settings, which are no injuries, no suspensions, personality, chemistry, morale, development, all off, trades, off, modifiers locked to 2024, and autocalc off. That means there are eras for there are modifiers for the era only, not for any new players we bring in. So legend level players will play like true legend level players, and scrubs will play like true scrubs. They will not be nerfed or boosted to try to match the 2024 run environment. If that is confusing to you, I have some streams, some VODs on Twitch. Most of them by now are on YouTube. I try to export them to YouTube before they expire on Twitch, which I haven't done in a long time, so I should do before I lose more content. But there are streams that explain how those modifiers work. If you go to my YouTube, which is also Franchise Time Machine, just search, like, I think it's called a team of Babe Ruths, or just search Babe Ruths. And when you bring a whole team of Babe Ruths on into a league and you leave the modifiers on, they will not hit 60 home runs each, they will hit 25 home runs each. And that's just the way the game is designed for a certain way of playing. If you turn those modifiers off, then they'll each start hitting around 60 home runs. But the downside of that is it will no longer feel like that era you're playing in. But maybe that's okay, because that era also didn't have, hundreds of Babe Ruths on the rosters. So here's the sample data from what happened. We generated players of just one level. Your OOTP login ID, it is case sensitive, so please be careful when entering that in. Twitch username, this is for just use during the stream, so it is not case sensitive. Now this question has been confusing people, and I don't want to confuse people, so I'm just going to delete it. Okay, so again, this is designed for a wide range of simulations. So it starts at the bottom. Will this team have the lowest regular win percentage in the majors? Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in its sub-league, in this case the American League? Will it finish last in its division? Will it have a record win percentage below 500? Then will it make the playoffs? Then will it win its division? Then will it make the World Series? Will it win the World Series? Two other questions I forgot to add here is, will a player on this team win the Cy Young Award? Yes or no? And then will a player on this team win the MVP award? And one thing to note is we do not allow pitchers to win the MVP. That's just a setting that I choose, mainly because pitchers already have their elite award in the Cy Young. So I want to see who the AI thinks the best offensive player was, and so we'll use the MVP for that. How many regular season games will this team win? And this is the last question in the Survivor style section. If there's a first place determined before here, we then jump to this next question and all the rest. And this is considered the numerical tiebreaker section. So then how many games behind will this team finish in its division? And if you think it'll win the division, just put 0. And in fact, let me just add that, because that's caused some confusion before too. I thought it went without saying, but it obviously did not. If you think the team will win the division, enter 0. Okay, and then there are several questions here based on where will this team rank in some categories. And that we just see by doing a mouse hover over the team. And you'll see it pops up the ranking in runs, average, home runs, ERA, strikeouts, and defensive efficiency. And you'll notice that this team, which was a bench-only team, right? The offense was quite good. The defense was still pretty bad. The ERA, the strikeouts, the defense efficiency was pretty good, but the pitching stats were the weakness. So that might be another clue for you as you fill out the form. But 1st to 30th, what will this team be ranked in runs scored, batting average, home runs hit, ERA, strikeouts thrown, defensive efficiency. And then some short answer questions. Just put a number in here. How many regular season home runs hit by the batter who leads this team in home runs? Same for the pitcher who leads his team in strike. Yeah, I added some questions to make this section a little more interesting. Most home runs hit, and then we have lowest batting average with at least 300 plate appearances, highest batting average with at least 300 plate appearances. Lowest OPS with at least 300 plate appearances, highest OPS. And then highest batter strikeout percentage. I'm going to put batter. Of batters in the team with at least 300 plate appearances. And then pitching section. How many regular season strikeouts thrown by the pitcher who leads this team in strikeouts? Highest ERA, worst ERA, versus lowest ERA, best ERA. Highest whip, lowest whip. And those are for at least 100 innings pitched. And finally, it gets cut off a little bit here, but the highest home runs per 9 of pitchers with at least 100 innings pitched. So lots of numerical questions, probably because we want to have lots of people have a chance to win this, or win second place, or sometimes first place. Yes, I mess up my own form all the time, so that's not news. But one benefit of using the same form now for multiple streams is I think most of the errors have been found out by now, but there's still no guarantee. And also, for those of you who don't already follow, Yuka and Kazami, one of our fantastic affiliate streamers. Super entertaining stream. Very engaging chats. Plays several different games in stream with the community there. I have a great time in Yuka's stream, so I highly recommend it. Even when she's giving me a hard time about my typos in chat. All right, so this form is good to go. We're going to put it in the stream, in the chat. You basically have until we start the simulation to fill it out. So if you have to go, you should feel free to submit your form and run. You don't have to be present to win. But if you can stick around, it's probably worth seeing what the team looks like so you can inform your guesses. Yes, that is true. Not only do I correct other people's typos while making tons of my own, I have an entire theme team based on players who've been mispronounced by other streamers. And so they rightfully also give me a super hard time when I mispronounce a player. It's all well-deserved. That is true. Link to form for today's 10-pack. I'll say first 10-pack giveaway because we'll have another one tonight. All right, I'm going to pin it to the chat. Good luck, everybody. You know, the really good thing about playing Create-A-Ros, though, is all these teams are fictional. All the players are fictional. At least on our team. So you can't say I mispronounced the name because who's to say my pronunciation isn't right? Yes. So I have a special rule for that. If someone says the same name at least 2 different ways, one of them has to be wrong. So I don't even need to look up the correct pronunciation to confirm it. It's automatically eligible. And so, yes, that particular stream from Rich, I think I picked up a couple of names. Which I just realized I did violate my first rule of Phonics TTC. Which is I do not out any streamers who mispronounce names. But I think Yuka threw Rich's name out there first, so I'm going to claim that that's my out for that one. But yeah, my general rule, people will say like, wow, who would mispronounce that name? I'll say, look, I can't tell you who, because the intent, like my intent isn't to embarrass anybody. It's just to have fun, you know, and actually make watching streams more interesting for me, because I'm like, oh, there's another one. But, so I will say what the mispronunciation was, but I won't ever say who it was. Even if it was Yuka who mispronounced it, I am not going to throw her under the bus, even though she has just thrown me under the bus a couple times in a few minutes. I will not say, oh, this one was from Yuka mispronouncing it. I will stick to my rule. Well, that one Flash, since EVC is like self-reporting that, I'm not going to deny that. Well, that's true. That's true. But I won't tell other people that I got the mispronunciation from you. And actually, I'm just kidding because uh, in her time back to streaming, Yuka has proved to be one of the harder ones to find making a mispronunciation. Much to my disappointment, because it would be so much fun. All right, so the form is pinned. Let me take a quick second here to make sure. Now, I had to jump in a little early, which I don't mind at all. So, had to is the wrong word to use. But Dr. Dynastic did ask me if I could start a little bit early today, which I'm happy to do because he is always so awesome to us. But as a result, I've missed a few things. So, I need to. Let me see, what can I do? Let me put up the title slide. Or no, let me put up the original lowball choices here, which we're going to be changing. And let me log into a couple of accounts. I need to sign up for some tournaments. Oh no, you know what? This would be a really good time to use OOTP Go. Because I don't want to exit out of... Oh no, I can exit out this save. This isn't our save yet. I just realized that. I was just showing you an older save. But once we're in the save, if I need to sign up for something, I can use Go to do that. OOTP, OOTP UB. Oh, I'm not sure how to read that one, but you decided to get K to Jim Taylor at the Clubhouse Star Shop. He went 2 for 5 with a home run, 2 RBI first game. That's awesome. OOTPUB. Okay, OOTPUB. You got it. I will try to remember that. All right, let me. I'm just signing up for a couple things here. You have your form you can fill out, so hopefully this won't be total wasted time on your end. Okay. So what I'm signing up for is Silver Cap just fired at 3 o'clock. And the cap tournaments fill up a little more slowly, so I should have plenty of time to get into it. Yeah, it's only got 8 out of 64. But what happens is if I don't do it now, this is when I usually try to jump into it, I will forget to do it. And then I'll miss out, and it throws off my whole cycle of signing up for tournaments. Which is not a big deal, but it's kind of annoying. So I'm just gonna... Right, I would have been doing this about 10 minutes ago normally while watching Dr. Dynastic finish up his stream. But of course, we try to help out Dr. Dynastic whenever we can, and getting to a PA gig in time, that's a big deal. So happy to help out there. Okay, so I think that's done. So now we can open the base game. Oh, actually, I wonder, am I in any tournaments that I can put on stream? That's always fun. So I am known as a base game player, but I actually have done pretty well in Perfect Team. What did I qualify for? 5 PTCSs in PTCS 1? And hoping to do something similar in PTS number 2. I think part of the reason is I really do a lot in base game. So I have no problem with people thinking I'm a base game player, but it does kind of it makes people underestimate me as a tournament player, which maybe is a good thing. But last season, last Perfect Team, when there were 10 different perfect team levels you could qualify for. I got my 6 teams into 6 PTCSs every cycle. So, I mean, that's not great. Like someone like Smiley Face Jane. Let's give Smiley Face Jane a shout out. Smiley Face Jane had one account qualify for all 10 levels of PTCS, which is crazy. Crazy good. So I'm not at that level, but I'm also able to get, each team into a PTCS, which I think is a pretty good achievement. And in fact, one of my favorite things about PTCS, and Claydog, who's in the chat, is part of this, is I would have pre-PTCS roster building streams. Partly so I wouldn't have to pull all-nighters to do that after streaming. But also partly because I got feedback from people in our community who said, no, I would actually like to see that. And I guess it makes sense because I like watching other people build rosters. But for some reason, I thought no one would want to watch me build a roster. So when I got that kind of feedback, I was like, oh, that's awesome. We can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So we started doing that. And that's been a super fun time. I don't know if Smiley Face Jane will keep doing it because she has her own stream now. She's an OTP affiliate. But I hope she does because it was super fun. It was mostly me, Smiley Face Jane, and Claydog. Other people kind of coming in and out, but those 2 were the ones consistently there. And, they're building their rosters. I'm building my roster. And it was just a really fun kind of like college finals cram session / all-nighter party vibe, which I quite enjoyed. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm all caught up on my signups now, so we can go ahead and... Actually, let me update this. Here's what I'm thinking in terms of my guesses. Let me make a duplicate of this. Let me make a little more room. I'm doing this live, so... give me a little bit of grace here if it doesn't go super well right off the bat. But let me resize this. And let's shift this over. And let's put in no grace for me. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, what do we think our next... So here's what I was thinking. 1, 1, 1, 1. Can you guess what's next? If you said 1, you'd be correct. And then 21. All right, hold on. Let me get caught up to the chat here. Yes, Claydog, I agree. So the number of PTCS levels has been reduced. And so I think qualification has gotten a lot harder. So as of the last update, which was this Monday, I currently only have 2 teams in out of 6 accounts. Or I'm used to having 6, and then maybe, if I'm lucky, a couple of extra overlaps when I feel comfortable with 1 being in, I'll start playing another level, trying to get it qualified for 2. Which is, I'm sure, something similar to what Smiley Face Jane did, but she did it at a much different level with getting all 10 in that way. So yeah, it is getting harder to get in. All right, Psycho Ducko did guess, but I has to go. Got to get some sleep, so good luck to you. We'll acknowledge your higher degree of difficulty if you do win, because you submitted before knowing anything about what the team looks like. OTPUB says I have to take time to do the spreadsheet for tournaments. Yeah, I think also with the smaller number of levels, I think that exercise is also getting harder, which is trying to anticipate what the cutoff for 128th place will be. And what we're talking about is each tournament level, iron and bronze have been combined, silver and gold, and so on. The top 128 players in each PTCS period get invited to play in PTCS. No, you can submit your form now. It's just you'll be giving up the chance to see what the team looks like before you answer. But I put it up early in case people have to go. They can at least have a fighting chance by submitting early. So it used to be, well, I mean, it still is. You would try to anticipate how many points will be that cutoff for 128th. And I think with it becoming more competitive, it's harder to predict that too. No, your answers count. Yuka. Affiliate streamers can win. I just can't win. I'm the only one who can't win. I'm the only one whose answers don't count. Oh, I just noticed this. How awesome that when Yuka said no grace for you, she made a typo. Oh, what a gift. What a gift to me. Oh, this is so nice. Thank you, Yuka, for that. That is such a nice gift. Okay, so are you saying as long as I correct my typos, they will be forgiven/ignored? I think that's fair. I'm fine with that rule. Let's see. What frustrates me is OTPUV says I can have a Dave Steve with a 5.33 are in the same league as a Dave Steve with a 3.04. Yeah, and so a lot of that is there is a lot of RNG at play. The random number generator has a huge impact on things, as it does in life. There's also probably differences in the slider settings, so you can't just assume your Dave Steve is being used the same way as another Dave Steve. So there's that also. Oh, and look at this. Yuka following the typo with a preemptive excuse that Twitch chat is super skippy lately. But I'm okay as long as the rule is we can correct our typos and not get mocked. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. Abrax says I blew my shot at making PTS number one because I had a team that was focused on bronze and silver, and wasn't good enough for either. Yeah, so I got some good advice early on. I think it was from Mr. Audit, who is one of our better tournament players, and yeah, his advice was, wait and do one until you feel comfortable you're going to get in, and then switch to the other. And so I've done a lot of that. And frankly, I don't understand how Smiley Face Jan had enough time to to do that and qualify for 10. So I'm assuming she was just like doing them all somehow simultaneously. Um, but Smiley Face Jan is going to be on OOTP After Talk, which is the Tuesday version of Ezra Denny's OOTP After Dark. And one of the questions I'm going to ask him to ask Smiley Face Jane is, what was your approach to doing the 10 qual? Did you do one until you felt comfortable, then jump right to the next one until you felt comfortable? Or were you doing like all 10 all the time? Um, and I don't know which one Claydog was replying to here. It was not even because it's a rule, it's a skill issue. So is that am I actually more pedantic in one place than the others? I didn't think that was possible, but okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. If I'm being extra pedantic, I definitely have earned your mockery. Yeah. So Ezra Denny usually starts around 8:30 Pacific time, which is already pretty late East Coast time. Now on Tuesdays, he starts earlier because TJ on the OOTP Mothership stream raids into Ezra Denny, and that's usually, I believe, around 7:30 Pacific time. So 7:30 then is 10:30 Eastern time, which makes it maybe a little bit easier for East Coast folks. But I don't know, even 10:30 can be pretty late. But yeah, so the Tuesday interviews hopefully will be a little more accessible for folks starting around 7:30, 8 o'clock Pacific, which would be 10:30, 11 o'clock Eastern time. And then, of course, my stream normally starts super late, 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern time. Which is why I'm glad to have this Thursday slot where I can kind of share what we do with a different audience who is not normally up late enough to join us in our late night stream. So yeah, this is what I'm going to test tonight, I think, is one of every level and then all scrubs. And even this might be too high, because the all scrubs, again, won 31 games. Oh, did we get another follow? Oh, we did. Tyler DB, thank you for the follow. And you know, as I'm doing this, I'm thinking, I mean, I'll give you one of the tricks people use when they play Create-A-Ros. They mostly put their relief pitchers in the top levels, right? Hoping that the starting pitching is bad enough to put them far enough behind, and that the batters are bad enough that they can't catch up while the bullpen comes in to dominate. But if with this, actually, we wouldn't even fill the bullpen and would have mostly scrubs. So let me see what does it look like if I do 2? And then this becomes 18. No, 16. 16. 10, yeah, 10 and 16, yeah. Let's see, the bullpen, the rules for for low ball are your pitching staff needs to be at least 11 to 13 pitchers. And this is so you don't just make a 5 starting pitcher pitching staff, or you don't make a 20 pitcher pitching staff. Right, so you can limit it to 11 to 13. I think he's commented before that he might do streams at other times to accommodate some of the interview times. So I think that's on his radar. So yeah, so rule number 1 here is 11 to 13 pitchers, including 5 and only 5 starting pitchers. And then you need 2 catchers, 2 shortstops, 2 center fielders, and 1 to 2 players for every other position. So you need at least 1 of every other position. And you don't get to use the fatigue settings. Now what does this do? This would say if we go 13 pitchers, we can stash 8 relief pitchers in there and then go 2 bench and the rest scrub. Well, can't you be interviewed in your pajamas? The run environment is 2024. I think it says it in the form. I like to use the most recent run environment that has full statistical data instead of projections. So in OOTP26, 2025 is projected data. 2024 is based on historic 2024 data. Oh, my mistake. Yes, I did assume you read the form, or at least was watching while I was editing it on the stream. That's my mistake. What was I thinking? So I think let's do this. This then forces at least some players to be, some non-relief pitchers to be at least bench level. And to do that, you'd have to go 13 pitchers, which then I think that's good. What I'm trying to do is bring it up from the 31, but not so high that it goes over 50. You would do the 13 pitchers? I think I would too. And so here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and Start filling. So this is what we're going to test today. That was the other thing I was going to do before Dr. Danastic's stream ended. I was going to do this and figure out what these numbers should look like. But you got to see me do it live. So I'm looking for the Google Sheet. Create a roster submissions, I think it's called. There we go. Let me open this up and put it in the stream. Okay. Here are the 2025 Create-A-Ros, the most recent on the left, going all the way back to the first test that I did right here on the right. You'll see in general, most people are running relief pitchers or closers or some combination of to burn their best players, which makes sense, right? So let me make a copy of this. And this will be 26 low ball. And let's delete out all these previous runs. Oh no, you know what? Let's just insert one here. Now what I'll do is I'll make all these other ones. We'll just gray these out. Let me make it a little more gray so we can at least see what they were. In the end, I'll ultimately probably delete them, but at least they're still kind of there. All right, so then this will be test. And then legend, star, good, average, bench, and scrub. Now, what I am worried about though is if it's too obvious, right? If these are just all relief pitchers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, one thing I could do is limit everyone to 12 pitchers. But that doesn't seem fair because I think legit some people do run 13 pitchers. Good morning, I'm Drew. Yes, I'm streaming during the day, so you get to see me at a slightly different time of day than normal. All right, so let's make another adjustment. Again, we're doing this on the fly. An average is pretty good, so if I make this 6, then at least two players have to be average level. Right, because 11 pitchers, 6 plus the 5 starters. And even if you eat up... Oh, no. Wait, no, 6 isn't enough. So if I make this 4, and make this 4, and then make this 12. So then if I burn all my relief pitchers, 2, 4, 6, 8, I still have 2 average, 4 bench, and 12 scrub left. So really the question becomes, what do you do with your 2 average players? And I think I'm okay with that. Let's try that. That then at least requires some thought beyond just let me burn my relief pitchers early. . 5 and 5 would make it even more challenging. But then I worry that the win total is going to come up too high. So now I'd have at least 3 average and 5 bench players to deal with. Okay, let's try this. This feels like more of a test. So 5 average. Oh, I realized I was doing this off screen. I was actually doing this. Right. So 2, 2, 2, 5, 5, 12. Which is too many. 10. This is 10. This is 10. Well, shoot. Now that feels too much. All right, let's go 4, 4, 12. Let's go back to 4, 4, 12. What I'm trying to do is leave enough room where people have to be a little creative, but not get the win total too high. So the 2, 2, 2 are still the same for legend, star, and good. And then we go to 4 average, 4 bench. Yeah, I'm doing this so we can keep it at 13 pitchers as well. Because I do think people do legitimately run 13-man pitching staffs. Wait a second. This would say I don't have enough spots, though, because you can be at 13 and still be... Oh, because then you'd have to figure out your starting pitchers. All right, this is good. I'm gonna run with this. Okay, so the very easiest thing to do would be to go relief pitcher, relief pitcher, relief pitcher, relief pitcher, relief pitcher, relief pitcher, relief pitcher. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Okay, then we have 5 starting pitchers. I think I want them down here. I want them all scrubs. And my average level players, I think catchers. I think left fielders. Okay, I'm going to have to take 2 center fielders and 2 shortstops. I have my 2 catchers taken care of up here. I want my first baseman down here to minimize any power we might get. Right field. If I put third base here, then I have to put second base here. And then one more position at bench. I can't go left field again. I've already used 2. Okay, this is working out. I'm having to make some decisions, which is what I was hoping for. I think we'll go 2 second basemen. All right, we'll see how this goes. So I'm going 8 relief pitchers, which is the maximum. And that gets me through legend, star, good, and half of average. Then 2 catchers to close out average. Then my bench level are 2 left fielders and 2 second basemen. And then my scrub levels are the rest of my fielders: a third base, a right field, a first base, two center fielders, and two shortstops. And then my entire starting rotation. All right, you can. Thanks for hanging out and thanks for playing. Thanks for submitting a form. I'll let you know how you do. All right, so let's do this. We're going to run with this as our test run today. All right, so then in the base game, let's do this. I'm going to create the roster, and then I'm going to draft my Friday Night Live teams because I don't want to miss that. And that'll give you extra time to fill out your forms once the roster's been made. And then we'll run the sim. All right, so we're going to create a new game. I have a quick start for this. Here's the creator roster quick start. And this is lowball, creator roster, franchise time machine, test 2. And what do I call this? 12 scrubs? How many scrubs do we end up with? 12 scrubs. That will be the name of this particular save. Uh-oh, I just realized I may have just lost all of my previous notepad files, which would be a huge bummer. Oh no, here they are. Okay. Thank goodness. All right, let that be a lesson to me. Save these notepad files instead of just leaving them open. Okay, we're going to take over the White Sox. Commissioner mode, cannot be fired. Yes, major, huge bummer, totally averted, Flash. Okay, now 2 settings that do not carry over in a quick start are your mailbox settings, which we need for the All-Star game and the postseason awards, and also the manager options. So we do a de facto do not disturb. They offer a do not disturb up here, but this gives the AI some powers that we don't want it to have in terms of decision making. So I just do a de facto one by unchecking a bunch of stuff here. They could potentially fire you during the season if your team is doing poorly enough and you're not meeting your owner goals by enough. So I do want to avoid getting fired because that might throw things off as well. Now, in commissioner mode, I could just always reinstate myself. But, why bother with that if we can avoid it? All right, so the first thing we do is we're going to... first, let me make sure the modifiers are set up the way I said they would be. Those are under league settings. That opens a new set of submenus. You go to stats and AI. It is locked. AutoCalc is off, so we're good there. That's what's described in the pack giveaway form as well. Oh, T. Davis, that would be interesting. How fast can you get fired? We've never played lowball with that fire setting on. It would be fun to see. But I think for most people, the bigger record we're chasing is how many games can we lose? And so I think there would still be a bummer to miss out on the chance to see it through to the end. But that would be another fun wrinkle to the leaderboard when you get fired. All right. So now we can go delete the roster. We need to make room for our players. Tyler DB says, in FIFA, I got fired leading my team to their best season in their history. Yeah, sometimes the AI is going to AI. All right, so when we create players, it's the same as importing players. We go to the manager name pull down menu, GM and manager actions, and you go to sign a free agent. This part might not be intuitive right away, so just know you have to go to the free agency screen. And if you're in commission mode, you go to actions and you pull down create fictional players or import historical players. And today we'll be creating fictional players. And according to my list here, which I'll be referring back to each round, is halfway through average level, we're going all relief pitchers. Now, your relief pitchers can still have an influence on the game, so we still want to pick the worst ones we can find. These are legend level relievers. And we go to all players, and we have specific screens we have that these are the only ratings you get to see. You don't get to kind of click through the players until you pick them. You have to make your decision based on this screen. Now, while I love the 40 control, the 90 stuff is not in our favor in this particular game. Oh, will I tell you my predictions? Usually what I'll do is I'll tell you if I have any idea what's going to happen or not. And for this one, I can honestly tell you, I have no idea what's going to happen. And the other thing we do is after we close the form and we review everyone's guesses, we look at the game's predictions. Because I don't know if you know this, but MLB will do MLB preseason predictions. And I'll show you how to get to those when we get to that point. All right, I want lowest control. And I want lowest home run suppression. This 4.5 star guy, his home run suppression is way too high for me. So I'm going to go with the left-hander here. With the 50 control, 55 PBABIP, 60 home run suppression, 80 stuff. He's not highest in anything. And he's super splitty. So that's the best I think we can do as far as finding like a weak spot in this batch. Unfortunately, we drew a batch of really good pitchers here, which does happen. Now, one thing I might do, taking an idea that has been done several times before, is maybe do an all left-handed bullpen, or as many lefties as I can, to try to get them crushed by right-handed pitching. Now, for every player, we're going to add what level they were created in, so we can just keep track of who's doing what. And for the starting pitchers, I'm going to put SP because I want to make sure the AI puts them in the starting rotation. And if the AI doesn't, we get to put them back in, which is actually a big advantage for us. Because the AI will typically have put one of these great relievers in a really good spot in the rotation. And then we get to put one of our terrible starting pitchers back in that spot. So we're actually kind of hoping that the AI does that. All right, we get one more legend level reliever. Now, again, we're hoping for the worst here. From a star level, it's pretty good because we have some 4.5 stars. But the AI and those of us playing Create-A-Ros usually have very different things we're looking for. But in this case, I think we're kind of aligned. Lowest control, lowest PBABIP, second lowest stuff. If we go to the lowest home run suppression, we end up having 5 more stuff. But one thing I like about moving up here to the lower home run suppression is also lower stamina, so he won't be able to pitch as much as Mark Beaumont would. So we're going to switch to Jonathan Gutkin. Soda. His nickname is Soda. We're big fans of the nicknames, especially if they're good ones. Soda's like kind of middle of the road. Not especially great, not especially bad. In fact, let's go back and see who was the other nickname. Speed Limit. That's pretty good. Steve Speed Limit Sutherland. Not bad. Most of the nicknames come from real players, too. So you can look them up in BREF and find out where they came from. All right, next up we have 2 star level players. We're going to use those both on relief pitchers as well. Average age. We always do average age. In this case, we're going to go to star level. Oh, I'm Drew. We're in the same TTC division. That's awesome. Since it's my Hooked on Streamer Finals team, you will likely crush me. I haven't been able to get any good cards on that team yet, but I think that's going to change pretty soon. Some cards that are eligible have come out. I just have to get a hold of them somehow. Okay, I like the lowest home run suppression here is a 50. I like that he's another lefty. I like that his stamina is super low. So we're going to go Mike Franco. Mike Mary Franco. That's an interesting nickname. Another legend. No, this is a star level. Sorry. Star level. Oh, yeah, Tyler. TTC is the Theme Team Crew, which is run by EVC and NYC2, who I did shout out earlier, but we'll shout out again. So if you do want to get involved in theme teams after you hear about them, that's the person to contact. But this is basically another way to play league, perfect team leagues, where you pick a theme and you just make sure you roster all players that fit that theme, and you just play a season. And the way EVC has it set up with some help from OOTP Developments is, yes, in OOTP26, yeah. He will make sure that all the theme teams are in the same leagues as much as possible. So it's theme team versus theme team instead of like theme team facing, regular teams, which might be very, very good compared to the limitations of a theme team. Yeah, so Flash is a theme team where it's all players with 4 letters in their last name. So Tony Suck, catcher Tony Suck would actually be eligible for Flash's team if he ever had a card. So let's do another star level relief pitcher. Five of these. Yeah, now we're getting down to some 4 stars. Again, the stars are not perfect, but... So here's an example. Same control, 45, same PBABIP. A 5 difference in home run suppression and a reverse 5 difference in stuff. And I want the lower stamina. So I'm going to take lower stuff, even though it means higher home run suppression. But knowing this guy's going to get tired out more. I can't keep them out of the game. I can't not generate these high-level players. But I can hopefully keep them on the bench by getting them tired out. This is one of the lamer nicknames. It's clearly a nickname based on a different person's real name, Clint. So this one we would just say, yeah, that's just from another person. But there are some legit great nicknames in the database. Okay, so that should be 4 players. Yep, now we go down to the good level. Now we have had to take some pretty good relievers, so I'm a little concerned that's going to prevent us from losing games late. Which might keep our win total a little too high, but we'll see. Yeah, Flash is absolutely right. EVC streams Saturday mornings and also, I think, Wednesday mornings on his Guess the Set stream. Now we're talking 50 stuff, 50 control, 60 stuff, 45 control. Now we could go a little lefty to try to keep going with those lefties that'll get crushed by righties, or we could go low stamina righty. the lower stuff I think tends to get hurt more than the lower control. So even though it means more stamina, let's go with another lefty and try to force the AI to have to pitch some of these splitty lefty versus some righties. Okay, this is our first pick at the good level. And also, if you haven't watched EVC stream, he's just a great entertaining streamer overall. So he's just worth watching. But Guess the Set is a super fun way to win packs. You try to guess what cards Paul Sporer is going to release that Thursday. On Saturdays, he does Rip a Pack of Palooza, which is you try to guess how many cards of each type he'll get in a certain number of packs he's going to rip. And you know, as the person running theme teams, and as the person responsible, for example, the slide that has all of the affiliate streamers on it that we all share and post, he does a ton for the OOTP community. So just a great person, great streamer. Highly recommend to follow. Okay, we're going to go lefty and low stamina here. And, you know, frankly, this is a pretty flat group here. I think no one's really good, no one's really bad. So we'll just take the lefty with low stamina, Brandon Hall. All right, now that should be our two good level players. Yeah, so we have 2, 4, 6 relief pitchers. We need 2 more average level before we start building some position players here. So 2 average level. I just have to remember I just remember to stop at 2. So reliever, average age, average level. 5 of these. Ooh, a truly bad stuff pitcher, 35. I don't care about the higher control. I think the stuff is really gonna... We've seen this before. When we've tried to go low stuff and higher home run suppression and control, unless the control is really high, I think this profile doesn't work very well. Now, if the control was like 65 or 70, we have seen that profile work pretty well. And again, that's in base game. Not everything that happens in base game will translate over to perfect team. Some of it does, though. So that's the big caveat. Anytime I do lots of experiments testing out the game engine. And one of the big caveats is these results may or may not carry over to perfect team. The base engines are similar, but specifically you've been told they are different. Told by OOTP developments that they are different. All right, second average level relief pitcher. Tyler, what's weird that it's different game engines? I don't think it's that weird because my understanding is it's a bit of a simplified engine as well. For the nature of the gameplay, but also to make it a little more understandable and potentially, I wouldn't say solve because I think you'll never know the game engine fully, but a little easier maybe to reverse engineer and play, because ultimately I think the desire is for people to be able to adjust their play to kind of optimize their performance. And we're going to go lowest home run suppression, second lowest stuff here for this one. And we're going to go lefty again. Yeah, I think the goal maybe is to make it not completely inscrutable, but still be challenging to figure out. Whereas the goal for OOTP is like maximum, I think, realism or accuracy for the base game. And so I think that's a fair trade-off. And again, part of that is speculation. All we've been told is that the game engines are similar but different. but there are some good modelers in the community, and what the modelers have told me is that they think the perfect team engine is a simplified version of the base game engine, which again, for the reasons I mentioned, I think does make sense. But I will say that part is definitely, that part is more speculative. Um, the fact that they are different is specifically told to us by OOTP. So I think that one is fact based. Okay, so we did our 2 average relief pitchers. Now we had 2 other average spots we had to use, and so I chose to use them on catchers. They tend to not be as good both offensively and defensively, and typically if you find a player who's good on defense, you know, at each level they only have a certain amount of like talent to be spread about. And if it's used on defense, that's less talent available for offense. If you think of it as like points, right? At average level, you only get a certain number of points. And if a lot of those points are used for defense, that leaves fewer points for offense. Now, it's probably not literally a point system, but I think it's a good kind of mental way to think about it. As opposed to the non-mental ways to think about things. Okay, so even at average level, you can see you get a 4.5 star player here. Now, if we were playing regular Create-A roster, we would be dancing and jumping up and down to get this guy at average level. But we're playing low ball, so we're going to look at this flat offensive profile with the flat defense. I think this is the way we're going to go. Minimum power. Oh, no, wait. Minimum power is down here, but I think the contact is too high. Actually, with this power and I... Let's see. No. I will... 15 more contact for 10 less power. And power's been a little more... powerful, or less powerful than in the past compared to console. We're going to go with Quay's Braca. So, kind of, we're starting a brand new leaderboard. And I think it's a good thing that we are, because the player generation is definitely different. And so, the OOTP25 records are the OOTP25 records. Someone's going to get to set a new record, and it could be you, Kynan. Could be you. There's nothing that says it can't be Kynan. Doesn't always have to be EVC and NYC too. Alright, so here's our average level catcher. We're going to take another one of these next. Now, one thing I want to make note of is what's his defensive rating? He's a 50. Because one thing we've noticed is the AI, when it comes to making rosters and lineups, it really favors defense. So if I can get a slightly better glove but a way worse bat, I think the AI might start that player. So let's look for that. Way worse bat and slightly better defense. So here's the better defense. Unfortunately, the offense looks about the same. Here's slightly better offense, or sorry, slightly better defense. But this offense actually looks better with the higher contact. So I think we're going to go Murdoch Pike and just go 2 mediocre catchers instead of trying to get 1 bad one starting. And Murdoch Pike definitely sounds like a Hollywood scriptwriter. Got a little too carried away trying to come up with an interesting name. Sounds made up. All right, so Murdoch Pike is on the team. Those are our 2 average catchers. Then we go down here to the bench level. Left field, second base, second base. Half baseball player, half detective. I love it. The Murdoch Pike mysteries. All right, let's see. Let's go to... and again, this is... bench level left fielder. Oh yeah, these are nice and flat. Now here's an example. If we take this flat profile, 45 contact, 45 power, 50 eye, with the 50 defense, even if we find a better bat, if it's a 45 or 40 defense, it might not start over Brad Howard. And so I like that we're taking the guy with a slightly decent defense and a flat sub-average bat, because we're going to try to find a way to get the AI to get the AI to start this guy. All right, and then we do another of the same, another left fielder. Oh, not average, bench. We're down to bench. Now the other option too is, instead of giving 5 choices, maybe I could give 10, and that gives you a better likelihood of finding a bad player. Okay, so this guy has a slightly better bat, more power, but with the lower defense, I think the AI might not start this guy. And so we can get away with having probably a left fielder that's going to hit under 240, which would be nice. And if we can get it to start the other left fielder with better defense, hopefully we'll keep it under 20 home runs too, which would be a really nice combination for low ball. Okay, so we got our 2 left fielders, right? Let me just make sure. Yeah, so now we're going to go 2 second basemen. All right, bench level second baseman. Let's see what they look like. Oh wait, I think I put average. I think I at the last minute I think I noticed it said average. Let me do a clip here. Let me see real quick. If you hit clip fast enough, you can see back just enough seconds. Oh no, wait, it does look like I did bench. Oh no, it is average and average. Let me go back and double check. Oh no, I did. It does look like it shows. Hold on. It's a little too small. Maybe make this a little bigger. Okay. Oh, I did pick average. It is average and average. Okay, yeah, so I chose the wrong level here. Okay, so thanks to the clip function in Twitch, I was able to confirm I generated these at the wrong level. And we've done this in Create-A-Ros, where I realized I did the wrong level, so we have to just regenerate them. So again, these are second basemen. Average age, bench level. There we go. I mean, this is the flattest bat by far. So let's hope we get either a flatter bat or a flatter bat with better defense, or all worse defensive choices, so this guy starts. Or flatter bat with better defense, that even flatter bat will start. That's our hope here. This is bench. Okay, Create-A-Ros, second baseman, average age, bench level. So all the bats I would say are better than the one we just took. But this bat with a lower power has better contact. But with this bad defense, I think there's a chance it stays on the bench. So we'll take Arriaga, hoping that the bad defense keeps him on the bench. Yeah, he's second base only. So compared to what was the other guy, 40 defense? I'm hoping that this is enough to keep him on the bench. All right, so I think that's the last at the bench level. And so now we head down to scrub. Third, right, first. Center, center, short, short. And then all starting pitchers. All right, so third base. We're down to scrub level. That's exciting. Let's see how bad we can get. Ooh, a 1-star. 25 BABIP. Oh, that's such low BABIP. But ultimately, it's contact what matters. But it's 40 contact, 25 BABIP. The defense is bad. I would actually prefer this defense be higher, so this guy might start. But I don't think we can turn down Pete Nolan. Pete, the Nolan Network, who is one of our fellow affiliate streamers. Not Pete Nolan, but the Nolan Network. In fact, he is who we're planning to raid into tonight after the stream. All right, that's our first scrub level player. The next one is a right fielder. Average age, scrub level, 5 of these. Oh, this is a pretty good batch of low power hitters. That said, I think I might want to trade in the 25 power for the 30 power with the 35 BABIP and the 40 contact. And the terrible defense. So, Troy Harris, you're a guy. And Create-A-Ros is fun, but I feel like a lot of the high-end players, the legend level players, start to look all very similar. These bad players are all very fun and different and bad in interesting ways. So I think that's one reason I really like low ball. Okay, our lone first baseman. Now normally we take 2, hoping 1 would be our DH. But also, part of that is hoping that other positions have first base ability. But in this case, we're hoping we don't get any other first base ability, so this guy gets really tired during the season. Okay, power is hard to avoid at first base, but we found 2 with a 35 power. Now, 40 power might be worth going up to because we lose 5 contact, but we also gain 5 eye. So I just as soon stay down here with a 35 power and eat the 50 contact. So we'll go Bill Gubbles. So hopefully by now you're starting to get a sense of where you think this team might end up based on the caliber of the players we've got so far. We've gotten all of our high end players now. Everyone else is going to be scrub level. Okay, next are 2 center fielders. We have to take 2 center fielders, so that's why we're taking 2. It has a premium position, so that's why I put both of them in the scrub level. Definitely 160 to 2 and O's is kind of. Ooh, 25 power, 25 BABIP. I cannot turn that down. I don't care about the 50i. I don't care that the defense is not terrible at 40. 25 power, 25 BABIP. Matthew Hooper, bring that noodle bat onto our team, please. All right, next up is our second center fielder. We do need to have 2. Average age, scrub quality, 5 of these. 230 powers, but the contact is pretty high. A 40 contact with a 20 BABIP and 40 power. Now, either of these 2 guys, Rivera or Wendell will probably start because of better defense. The other risk I could take is go really bad on defense and hope the guy we just took starts. And I think that's the route we're going to go. We're going to take a risk. Right, so let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Our center fielder, this guy, right? He's got 40 defense. If I can find a guy with below 40 defense, it might still start this Hooper center fielder because the other center fielder is too bad defensively. So a 25, I'm almost certain will not get a start over a 40 center fielder. Now, they both have 30 power. They both have 50 contact. But Kelly's a lefty. I think the other one we took is a righty. I don't want to give the AI even a chance to platoon. So we're going to take another righty as well. Okay, pretty happy so far with my scrub level players and my 2 center fielders. Now we have 2 shortstops to go. Now let me make sure we have an accurate player count here. Yeah, we have 7 more players to go. 5 starting pitchers and 2 shortstops. So we have 7 more roster spots. So we're on track. All right, how bad are our scrub level shortstops going to be? I will already tell you, very bad, but not nearly as bad as they were in OOTP25. But I think this is right, because these are the scrub level major leaguers. All right, Tyler DB still feels good about predictions made about 30 minutes ago. That's good. Okay, I like this 40 defense Urs Kramer because the bat is pretty bad. But the glove is good enough that this bat might start. And I'd be comfortable with this bat starting at shortstop. It's a little overpowered. The form, is it not pinned to the chat anymore? I apologize if it's not. I still see it pinned to my chat, kind of. Maybe if you do a refresh, you might see it. Let's see. So I think Urs Kramer is the way we're going to go here. I do worry a little bit about that 45 power, but you know what we could do? All right, I'm going to change that. I'm going to take Shunsuke Miyamoto with the 35 defense and either get even worse defense so this bat starts, or find better defense with a flatter bat. I think this player has a better chance to do that with than Urs Kramer. Urs Kramer's power is just a little too good. Now, unfortunately, we won't have an 084 hitting catcher for the season like Smiley Face Jane did. But I think that opportunity is not going to happen in OOTP26 because of this elimination of the lowest levels of the scrub level, which again I think is for the betterment of the game. So don't interpret that as a complaint. I actually think it's a good decision and a good change. It's just unfortunate for us low ball players, which, you know, there are not many of. It's basically our stream, as far as I know, of players trying to generate the worst teams possible. So better to make decisions. This should be average age, scrub level. All right. Better bat and better glove and worse bat, or worse bat and better, or better bat and worse glove. So these mostly all have better bats, better gloves. And that means we can get our 40 contact, 25 BABIP, 30 power, 45 I guy starting. Now we can lose 5 power, but gain 5 contact, 10 BABIP, and 5 I. That's just not worth it to me. I want Brian Carew starting and bringing shame to Rod Carew's family name by how poorly he hits. I don't want him bringing shame to the name in other ways, just by how bad he plays baseball. All right, so let's make sure everyone's labeled so far. Yep, and with five more spots for 5 starting pitchers, we're right on track. Starting pitcher, average age, scrub quality. Now this is where I'm really counting on the scrub quality to come into play here. So these are batting ratings. Don't get too excited about all the red. We have to switch to the Create-A-Ros pitcher ratings here. Still lots of red and orange. You can get excited now. These are really bad pitchers. Now, one kind of counterintuitive thing is I actually want stamina so we avoid the bullpen, because our bullpen is where all of our legend and star level players are. So this player is probably the worst pitcher, but he's got a 50 stamina. So he'll probably be run out pretty early. This guy only has 5 more home run suppression, but 15 more stamina. My hope is that he stays in the game longer. No guarantees, but that's the hope. Now, a lot of times these pitchers get rocked so hard they don't even get to test out their stamina. So that's part of the equation that I might be underestimating. All right, second starting pitcher. Scrub level. Oh, look at this 25 home run suppression, but it comes with a 40 stamina. So we're going to trade it in for 5 more home run suppression and 20 more stamina. Now we could trade that in for 5 more control and even 10 more stamina. And that comes with really bad hold. I know there's not a lot of stolen bases, but the stolen bases are up a little bit in 26, so let's hope they run rampant on us and he stays in the game longer, holding that bullpen at bay. Oh, and I'm supposed to put scrub level starting pitcher. Again, this is to avoid the AI replacing our starting pitchers. Let me relabel our other starting pitcher that way too. Because it says SP, but as soon as we let the AI take over, it will try to replace some of these starting pitchers with bullpen pitchers. Partly because our bullpen is so good. Okay, 2 scrub level starting pitchers. 3rd scrub level starting pitcher incoming. All right, come on, really give me some pieces of crap here, please. Oh, are you serious? These are terrible. Oh, I generate third baseman. That's why. I picked the wrong position. I got really excited for a second there. Look how awful these guys are. It's because they're third baseman. I don't even know. Third base is way up here. Starting pitcher's down here. I don't know how I made that mistake. All right, 5 starting pitchers. Yeah, these are not nearly as bad as those third basemen were. All right, in this case, I do think I have to go with the worst pitcher here. The stamina is low, but let's see. I could lose 5 stuff, but I'd end up picking 10 home run suppression. It is for 20 more stamina, though. All right, you know what? I have a theory. I'm going to keep going with it. I'm going to take Luis Sanchez. This might be a mistake, but... Only heard here. That is so exciting. These guys are terrible. Nice. Yep, that is a pretty common phrase around here. I know. I was right. Only to realize it was an illusion. I'd never seen a group of pitchers that bad before, even in low ball. Now we know why. All right, so that should be 3 starting pitchers. Yep, 2 more to go. Ooh, real bad home run suppression and control combinations here. These are elite low ball pitchers right here. And in honor of the new Soto card we just got yesterday, I'm going to take Israel Soto. Welcome to the team with your terrible home run suppression and terrible control and low stuff. Yeah, I like this pitcher a lot for low ball. This will be the one I hope the AI puts into the bullpen so I can bring him back into like a 1 or 2 spot. The home run suppression control combination is truly terrible. All right, last starting pitcher. Come on, get me a real good dice roll here and get me some real crappy pitchers, please. We just need to get lucky once. Come on, one time. Not as bad as the last batch, but still some pretty tasty bad pitchers here. I think it's Nick Mitchell. Lowest control, lowest home run suppression, lowest PBAP, but lowest stuff. But yeah, Soto is definitely the star of this team from a low ball perspective. I believe, based on my beliefs on how the ratings translate to performance, I think Soto will be chef's kiss level bad. Okay, let's go ahead and save this now that we got our players created. And how much time before the next ad roll? Oh, the ads are rolling right now. All right, so let's go ahead and do our setup here. Let's do pitching staff. Now this is where our 5 starting pitchers have to end up in the rotation. Oh, and I forgot to label them as such. Ooh, that was almost a big miss. Oh, Sanchez is labeled. Why is that showing up though? That's strange. Oh, now it's not showing up. I guess I didn't hit enter. All right, Sanchez is one of them. They should all be down at the bottom here. So Nick Mitchell. Yeah, it's all the ones with high stamina. So Nick Mitchell. I forgot to name him properly. And Israel Soto, the main guy I wanted. I forgot to name him properly. All right, that should give us what we want, which is 5 pitchers labeled starting pitcher. And now when we ask the AI for the staff, exactly what we wanted. It took one of our worst pitchers, John Capiello, took him out. So now Capiello, who, look at these ratings, he can go into the number 1 spot, where the AI tried to put one of our relief pitchers. Okay, and then we can go strict. The other choice you get in Create-A-Ros is your rotation mode. Now the question is, how bad is Nick Mitchell? Nick Mitchell is pretty darn bad. So we want him starting as much as possible. So we're going to go strict order. That way no one should miss pitch rotation turns. And so Mitchell should start just as many games almost as Capiello. Tyler says this is the most diabolical stream. It's not always lowball. Sometimes we play straight up Create-A-Ros. We're trying to build a good team. But there's a reason lowball is like one of my favorite creations. Because like you said, I think diabolical is a good word for it. All right, now we go to the starting lineup. We don't have a lot of choices here. First, we're going to look at position coverage. And the reason I went with a couple of second basemen is I was hoping not to get a lot of position coverage. But unfortunately, we do have 3 people who can play second base. Now, the good thing is we only have 2 center fielders available. And this was the plan, right? We've got Hooper. Hooper with the worst bat and the better glove. So we're hoping Hooper starts. The other place you have that is at second base. We've got Navarrete with the better glove and worse bat. We want Navarrete to start. So let's see if Navarrete and Zamora, or sorry, Navarrete and Hooper are starting. Hooper is not starting. Okay, this might be an AI improvement from OOTP25. Because even with like a 5 or 10 defensive difference, we're seeing the better defender starting. The AI now appears to know enough to start the better batter. So, anyone who's going to play low ball, right, let this be a lesson that, I didn't get it because I'm still playing by OTP25 expectations. The AI does seem to be a little smarter and is not making that, frankly, inefficient trade-off of better glove for much worse bat. It's just not happening here. Even here with now Navarrete, it looks like Navarrete is starting. Is it a platoon? Yeah, Navarrete is starting versus no. Oh, Arriaga moved to second base. Oh, no, 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 wait. Oh, and they took one to second baseman and moved it to third? Is that what happened here? No, that's not it. Oh, that's right. I wanted both of them to play at second. Instead, Navarrete moved to third instead of Peter Nolan, who was our one-star player. Yeah, okay. The AI very much improved in terms of lineup building. I'm a little impressed, to my chagrin. It's gotten smarter for sure. And the only complaint is from a lowball perspective. For the developers, I say kudos for improving the AI. And this is something I've noticed in Perfect Team too. Usually, I make the AI set my initial lineups and depth charts because it's easier to edit it than it is to build it from scratch. And the first cut lineups and depth charts have been better in PT26 than they were in PT25. I have noticed that, and I have commented on that before. So thumbs up to the developers on the AI lineup improvements. So we don't really get to do much here other than just kind of see what's happening. But I'm still pretty happy with who'd end up in the starting lineup. Now, if you look at it at the star level, we did manage to get a 2.5-star player on the bench because we took 2 catchers at the average level. And we have a 1.5-star shortstop on the bench, which is pretty good. Okay, so any higher level stars on the bench, that's an inefficiency that we're hoping to take advantage of. Now for strategy, this team cannot steal. And so, of course, we're going to pick a strategy that makes it steal more and hopefully waste some outs on things like bunting. So I believe that's going to be traditional. So the rule is you can only pick one of these preset strategies. So traditional has... Oh, wait, what? Did they change the... Oh, no. I'm sorry. I think I'm thinking of tactician. Yeah. So more stealing. Squeeze bunt plays. Yes, please. Now, I don't necessarily like that it's doing all this shifting because I think shifting is good, and I don't want it to do anything good. So let's look at small ball. That's another... It steals and it wastes at bats on bunting and hit and running. Let's do this one instead. We'll do small ball. All right, so you know what the setup is. I do need a break to go get some more water and hit the restroom. So if it lets us, I'm going to run another 3-minute ad break. This is your 3-minute warning that we are going to close the form and start the sim when I get back. So we already have a fair number of you in, which is great. And so I will... You might not get the full 3 minutes of ads, but I will run... I will ask for 3 minutes. And I will be back then. I'll put you on mute, but I will leave the rosters up so you can take a look at those while you make your guesses. All right. I forgot about the other thing I said I would do to give you more time, which was I said I would draft my live teams, but then I realized I'd have to exit this sim to do it. So let me peek to make sure it's not firing at 6. Or unless someone in chat wants to tell me if Friday Live fires soon. I mean, I could exit because we're saving the game. It's not a problem, but it's just one more potential thing that could go wrong. That's really just what I'm worried about. But yeah, I really like what Tyler said about this game, how it's diabolical. That's such a good word for it. All right, let me see when this thing fires. So if you don't know, you can go to any PD and it fires in an hour and 16. So theoretically, I'll have time to do it after the sim. So let's just jump right in. Oh, thank you, Abrac. I appreciate it. Hour and 16. So yeah, let's go ahead and run through this, and then hopefully I'll have time to do it before my wife comes home with the kids and picks me up. We are headed to the after school care at the kids' school is having an art show for all the art projects they've been doing at a gallery in town. So it's pretty fun. Hopefully the girls are excited about it. I'm excited to see what they've been doing and to see it up on the wall. So should be a good time. All right, so I'm going to close the form. If anyone's still just about to submit, please let me know. And someone was asking about Go. What I'm thinking is, in a pinch, I can always draft in the car while my wife is driving, and I can draft on Go. Right, that's not an option I'd have if I was just using PC. So that's another good thing about Go. All right, gonna close the form. Abrax says, I went to see your friend's daughter in a weird English teacher-led creative production of Wizard of Oz last week. Ended up breaking your ankle. That is what you get. That's what you get for being kind and supporting kids. You're better off just disappointing them and not going. Well, I'm sorry to hear about your ankle. How's it doing now? I mean, a break is pretty bad. What's the prognosis for how long you're in a cast or whatever? It's a minor break, luckily. Still, a minor break is still kind of an oxymoron. A month in a boot. Oh, maybe you can pass it off as like you just came back from spring skiing in Switzerland or something. Make it seem like something cool, something cooler than it actually was. It's the one of the outside bones of the ankle. That's the lesser, right? From a severity perception. Okay, well at least you got that, but still, that's a bummer to hear. Okay, here we go. Here are, again, there are 10 of you in the competition tonight. Good luck to everybody. Will this team have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? 80% of you think it will be worse than baseball. I'm kind of with you. The starting pitching is pretty bad. I'm kind of there with you. Yeah. The lowest regular win percentage in its sub league, the AL. Yeah, of course these will all be yeses. Will the win percentage be below 500? Yes. 80% of you said though. 10% think this team will make it to the playoffs. So no one thinks it'll win the division. But 10% think as a wild card, this team will make it to the World Series. Interesting. There's a Cy Young candidate. One person pulling for a Cy Young award. No one thinks it'll win the MVP. I'm thinking with this team and these guesses, we may end up pretty heavily relying on the numerical tiebreaker there. Now, here's my favorite part, which is now that the guesses are in and have been locked, we get to sim ahead to opening day. The significance of opening day is that's when the MLB preseason predictions become available. And I really like checking these out. They're not always accurate, but they're fun to look at. So you go to MLB, reports and info, preseason predictions. And here are the White Sox. Ooh, 22 and 140. Okay, let me ask you a question, chat. How can this team with several legend, star, and good level players win fewer games than a team of only scrubs that won 31 games? I ask you, how is that possible? How does that happen? Well, I mean, it is just a prediction, so let's see what happens. But this is an ominous sign early on that this team is actually too bad. But I don't understand how this happens relative to what I showed you about what happened when we did scrub only. How can a team with legend players, even just one, how can it be better than a scrub only team? I don't understand that. This is very interesting to me. Even though those results would be disappointing, it's actually very intriguing. Oh, what's the TWTW metric, Machia Pet? All right, we're going to watch the... Oh, the will to win. That is probably one of the hidden attributes in the base game. Well, let's look at this. Like, we're dead last in runs with 515. Our runs against are huge, which I knew, right? Because the pitching staff, I thought, came together really nicely, meaning poorly. But to be a 22-win team, I still have faith this is going to be like a 40-ish win team. These predictions have been known to be that far off. All right, what we normally do is we watch the first game, and I do think we have time for that. Sorry, we have to sim to our opening day, because this is a season where they did the UK series. Tyler said 60. You know what? I still wouldn't lose hope. One thing we have noticed that when created players are involved, the preseason prediction tends to be much less accurate. I'm like, come on, we have our scrub starting pitcher facing Scooble in the opener. All right, let's see how this team does. Again, just a reminder, we're looking to lose here. All right, Detroit leading, batting first, top of the first, 1 out, full count to Colt Keith. Fly ball to deep left field. That looks like it is gone. Get out of here. Yeah. 1-0 lead for the Tigers. And they're still up with 2 runners on. Mark Canna. Full count. Ground ball to short. Come on. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Oh, he drops it. Yeah. Error. Bases loaded. 2 out. 0-2 count for Kelly. Do not choke, Kelly. Do not choke. Oh, he choked. Dang it. All right, this is good, though. Another Tigers highlight. They skipped right past our bottom of the first. 2 on for Kerry Carpenter. 2 outs, 0-2 count. Right up the middle, through the box, base hit. Runners are going, so he should score at least 1. Cut off, not in time. The trail runner advances. And it's 2-0. And it's another Tigers highlight, top of the third, skipping right past our offense again. Carson Kelly, who choked in the first inning, goes deep to center field. Will not choke this time. It is gone. And Riley Green, 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Yet another Tigers highlight. We have not had an offensive low ball highlight yet. And it is gone to right field. All right, here's the first low ball team highlight. Bottom of the fifth, trailing 5-0. Runner on first for Matthew Zamora. Ground ball to short. Diving play over to first. Oh, and it's dropped by the first baseman. We have made 3 errors. That was the Tigers' first error. Second error. Oh, this is an error fest. All right, Bill Gubbles. First and second, no outs. 1-0 count. Fly ball to right. Hopefully shallow enough to not advance the runner. Yep, so remains first and second. And that's it. Top of the 8th. Another Tigers highlight. Jonathan, our bullpen is in now. But that might not be enough as this goes yard off of our better bullpen. Nice. All right, bottom of the 9th. It did not go to 2 outs, so it's not immediate surrender. But it is 1 out, down by 6. Line drive to the second baseman, over to first for the double play. Turns out it was a defensive highlight. Nice. All right. 6-0, a 3-hit shutout. Maybe the preseason predictors were right. Now, look, I'll be disappointed too, because that means I have to go back to the drawing board to figure this out. We'll get another chance to try it tonight. All right, let's do standings view, and we'll finish the month of March. It is a very short month to start the season. We are 0-3. No one on the leaderboards, I hope. Yep, no one on the leaderboards. All right, let's do our first full month, the month of April. We did get a win, 2 wins, 3 wins, 4 wins, 5 wins. Oh, they're piling up. 7 wins. It is a 233 win percentage. Not too bad. Not 60 win level, but definitely better than 22 wins right now. And we're tied for the lowest win total with the Astros. So the Giants are only 2 wins ahead of us. So we're not completely terrible relative to the other terrible teams in the league. All right, the month of May. We are stuck on 7 wins. That's some true low ball right there. 10 wins, finally. 12-44, 214 win percentage. 12 consecutive strikeouts by our pitcher, Sutherland. And 6 consecutive strikeouts by Castillo. 12 strikeouts in a row is insane. These are our legend and star level relief pitchers, by the way. So not in one game, but over a series of games, Sutherland struck out 12 players in a row. That's insane. We are 12-45. Okay, we are truly bad. We're 7 wins ahead behind the Marlins, and we're half the wins of the Rockies. So I might have been too harsh with 12 scrubs. But what I don't understand is, how is this team better than a 31-win all-scrub team? Oh, you know what, though? When it was it was all scrubs and we won 31 games, I let myself adjust the lineups and the rotations and the bullpen assignments and the sliders. Could it be that I am such a good manager? I made that team too good? Could that be? Maybe. That's what I'm going to go with. That's definitely what I'm going with if we end up with more wins than this team. Because then I can say my management style is worth 2 legend level players, 2 star level players, 2 good level players. Like, that's how good my sliders and strategies are. Okay, Flash, I don't need your skepticism right now. All right, let's do the month of June. We're interrupted by our owner, so we'll have to skip through that. 14 wins. Keeping that total down, making my management skills look that much better. Because that's the only real difference. That and, of course, the RNG of player creation. But 15-69, a very nice loss total there. And we are less than half the wins of any other team. The Marlins are closest with 32. All right, let's go to the All-Star break. We're almost going to hit 20 wins by the All-Star break. So the 22 wins definitely feels low. So we need one more game for the All-Star break. And it's a loss. So we're 1-9 in our last 10. No one on the leaderboard. Let's see if we manage to get the minimum of one player on the All-Star team. Where are the All-Star votes? Oh, I blew past the All-Star game. Oh, that's okay. My bad. I usually sim, so we have to go back to look at that. Okay, look at this. Murdoch Pike, our baseball playing detective catcher, second in the league in All-Star votes. And his profile is only 50, 55, 45. He's hitting 272 with 14 bombs, though. So that's good for second in All-Star voting. That is it. And then our legend level relief pitcher is fifth in voting for relief pitchers. 2-2, 9 saves, and a 3 ERA. So who was chosen for the team? Oh, we did not get the minimum. They took our reliever, Efrain Castillo, and our catcher, Murdoch Pike. Wow, we got above the minimum of All-Stars. Kynan and Tyler need these bums to start winning. All right, let's go to the... We're already at August, so let's go to the end of July. Or sorry, the end of August. Oh, they're stuck at 18 wins. Now 19, 20. 22 was the prediction. We've hit 22, 23. 31 is the other number we're looking for. 31 was the number that the all-scrub team got. Where's the passion in this team? Well, Hawk Harrelson will be disappointed because the will to win does not appear to be there. This team is too bad, though. I'm going to have to... I want to have to amp it up a little bit to get to the... I want to target 50 wins. This is way too bad. Again, though, what seriously, I mean, I'm sure my lineup tinkering was worth at least a couple wins. But what causes this team with legend, star, good, and average level players, and bench level players, and only 12 scrubs, be worse than a team of all scrubs? When literally the only systematic difference is I chose the lineups and the sliders and stuff. How is this team 5 games behind that all scrub team? I mean, maybe there are other things I'm not thinking of, but all I can think of is those lineup. I made some platoons. Oh, here's the other thing I got to do, though. I got to pick what positions I was making as I went. And so I saw there's a good VR left fielder. I would take it and then generate another left fielder looking for a VL left fielder. We don't get to do that. So maybe it's not so much how well I set everything up, but maybe it's the fact that I let myself just make position decisions on the fly. Okay, kind of come back tonight. We'll try it again tonight. We'll try a different set of numbers, and we'll see if how much better we can get. We're gonna target 50 wins. But I am telling you, I am shocked. I am shocked that this team won fewer games than the all scrub team. It just seems impossible to me. It's like telling me your gold cap team with variants is going to lose to my Iron Live team. Like, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, they're the White Sox, but the other team was the White Sox too, though. And also, I think if we learn anything from this NBA postseason is that heat culture should tell you that culture is overrated. These Sox are whiter Sox than the other White Sox. All right, let's do the postseason, and then let's do the postseason awards, and then we will go to. Oh, do we need a game 163 somewhere? It's not. It hasn't finished the season yet. Who has to play still? Oh, there is a game 163. The Mariners and the Astros. For the final wildcard spot. Interesting. PBE Sim, welcome in. We're having fun tonight using the player creation engine, trying to build the worst team possible. A lot of times we're using the player creation engine trying to beat EVC and NYC choose record in OOTP25. We'll have a whole new leaderboard in OOTP26. But tonight we're testing the lowball version. When I did an all scrub team, we won 31 games. So it seemed like that was too bad. I want the starting point to be around 50 wins. So we thought, if I pepper in some legend, star, good, and average level players, we'll bring that number up. But mysteriously, our team with legend level players, good level players, star level players, has won fewer games than our all scrub level team test. Now, of course, there's RNG involved, but this seems like a lot of RNG. And Postwit, thank you for the follow. So there is a 10-pack giveaway. It's already underway. If any of you want to come back at 10 p.m., I'll have another 10-pack giveaway for a new version of this sim where we're going to try to boost the win total up to 50. But frankly, I don't know what to do. This is way more talent than the All Scrub team had, and we're stuck at 26 wins, and the All Scrub team won 31. It's truly baffling. All right, so there is a game 163 going on here. Oh, what happened? Oh, I forgot to take quick play. The Astros won, so they will advance to the postseason. I think that was one of those funky ones, too, where even if the Mariners had won, would they have had to win another tiebreaker? Because I think the Mariners were at... Because the Astros were at 160... Oh, no, weird. The Mariners finished at 164. How does that happen? Oh, did we miss an earlier 163? That must have been what happened. Sometimes when there's a three-way tie, one team ends up with 164. So I think that's what happened. Yes, Tyler, my good players were too... My bad players were too good. No, my good players were too bad. That's right. It's very hard sometimes to think in terms of low ball in this game. All right, so let's just watch the playoff tree version of this since we're not in it. Guardians sweep the Tigers to advance to play the Twins. Yankees beat the Astros to face the Rangers. Dodgers beat the Diamondbacks to play the Padres. And, of course, the Mets are going to Met and got swept by the Phillies, who will face the Brewers. I'm a Mets fan. This happens all the time to the Mets in these sims. All right, next playoff round. Twins win 3-1 to advance to face the Yankees, who swept the Rangers. The Padres sweep the Dodgers, which is unusual because the Dodgers sim very well in OOTP26. No surprise there. Oh, Tyler's a Mets fan too. Let's not discuss the current season, lest we jinx anything. Let's just, let's just watch this sim and not discuss what's going on right now. No reason to jinx anything. You're thinking this is very realistic too. All right, let's go to the next round. Who will advance to the World Series? It is the Padres and the Twins after both series go 7 games. So I think of this as Twins 34, one of our affiliate streamers, versus Cheeky, another one of our affiliate streamers. And the Padres fan, Cheeky, takes the World Series. We do get a game score of 1. This is just a terrible score. Thank you for letting me know that. OTP Developments. Oh, you grew up in Port St. Lucie. Awesome. A hotbed of minor league Mets baseball. Okay, so let's go check out the postseason awards. I'm pretty sure we're not going to win the Cy Young Award or MVP, but let's take a look. Yeah, our best starting pitcher was 3-21. Our lowest starter ERA was 8.73. And look at all these snowflakes for in a slump. That is craziness. Wow. That is a lot of snowflakes. 8 snowflakes. All right, we're going to move to the lineup. Let's check out the batting stats. 2 snowflakes here. We'll sort by OPS. One of our bench players managed to get a snowflake. Navarrete, our third baseman, got one as well. Our highest OPS was a 731. And we had, well, I will say this for them. Our lowest regular stayed above the Mendoza line, hitting 202. So good work. Good work, everybody. Oh, check out our second baseman. This is the benefit of going small ball or tactician. He stole 11 bases, got caught 23 times. Our center fielder stole 3 bases, got caught 15 times. That's 38 wasted outs. That's kind of what I was hoping for with that decision there. All right, let's check out the postseason awards. Now, I'm pretty sure we're not going to get anything, but we do have to go through the formality. Great Glove Awards. Oh my goodness, we won a Great Glove at third base. Now, our third baseman is only a 45 defender. Yet somehow he won a Great Glove. .76. Oh, yeah, at second base, but 5.55 range at second base, but a 6.8 zone rating at third, despite having a 45. Was his infield range super high? It's just a 50. I'm a little surprised at that. Cavacom rating in. An afternoon raid from Cavacom. Thank you, Cavacom. Welcome in, Raiders. We are trying to set up lowball Create-A roster for OOTP26. And I thought I had the formula figured out, because when we did a team of just scrub level players, we won 31 games. So I added in a few legend, star, good, average, and bench, knowing that most of them would go into the bullpen and hopefully not have that much impact. So our 31 win all scrub team had a better record than this team with only 12 scrubs and a bunch of legend, star, and good players. This team won 26, so I am very confused right now. I'm trying to figure out what happened here. And I'm sure the people in our pack giveaway are confused too, because I gave them the data from our other streams. And I don't think there's any way you think if an all scrub team is going to win 31 games, adding legend, star, and good level players will lower that total. Somehow it did. All right, so we're just going to go through the postseason awards, and then we'll give out our pack giveaways. And then we're going to look to raid into the Nolan Network, who is scheduled to go on at 6:30. Part of our late night raid train. But thank you, Cavacom. Hope you had a good stream. Was this your MLB Toronto franchise save? Or you're playing all the levels of the Toronto Blue Jays organization for a season. All right, we've got Platinum Stick Awards. Come on, there's no way we win one of these, right? We didn't get a notification, so I think we didn't win any. Yeah, no Platinum Sticks. Very good. Rookie of the Year, we don't have anyone eligible because our creative players are too old. How's that save going, Kava? Is there a level where the Blue Jays are winning? Like A-ball? A-ball or short season minor league ball? Oh yeah, we don't have a rookie in the game. Okay, Platinum Stick Awards. Wait, you just lost the series. You don't mean the World Series, do you? Oh no, you can't be because you're both in the AL. You don't mean like a playoff series. You just mean a regular season series. I mean, first of all, I don't think you're that far into it that you're in the playoffs yet. So it must just be a regular season series. I have watched some of that stream. It is pretty fun. Okay, let's see if Cy Young. Oh, you're playing the same week as in real life. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, that makes it extra fun. That's great. Oh yeah, this is a team with all in the slump snowflakes. Our worst pitcher was 0-27. Yeah. There is no Cy Young coming here. Oh, I didn't realize you were doing it in real time. That's awesome. Or I guess like in real week to week. That's amazing. All right, Cy Young Award. Give us the bad news that we got no votes. Yep, not a single vote. Makes sense. MVP Award. With our highest OPS being 731, I think it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely that we even get a vote, a point. Judge wins the MVP, not surprising. And we get no votes. There's Vlad Jr. from Cavacom's Blue Jays, got two points. So 2 last place votes or maybe 1 second to last place vote. Aaron Judge sweeps it, 46 home runs, 115 RBI, 336 average. And I think we have enough information now to do the pack giveaway. So let me turn that into a spreadsheet format and let's see who gets the packs. 7 packs for first place, 3 packs for second place. And for the raiders who just came in from the last 2 raids, I will be streaming again tonight at 10 p.m. Another chance for you to win points. It'll be a similar sim as I try to nail down the right formula for getting about 50 wins. Oh, this is fun. We've got a celebrity contestant in the pack giveaway today. No need to count. I could just send them Kynan's way. Okay. All right, so let's just do the Survivor style section first. There are 10 of you. Good luck. And the very first contestant on the forum, Dishnet, joining us for one of our afternoon streams. That's fun. Okay, will this team have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? It did. That means we're already down to just Dishnet and Late to Hate. We'll see. Hold on. Let me bold those out and then move on. Now, again, everyone's going to get to come back in for the second place tiebreaker here. And maybe everybody if no one makes it to the... Oh, no. There will be a first place decided here because there's a different answer. Will this team have the lowest regular win percentage in the AL? It did. I think my form might have inadvertently confused Dish because he had worst record in the majors, but not the worst record in the AL. So that's unfortunate. But Dish is still in. He comes back in for the second place drawing. So, but Late to Hate has clinched first place. 7 packs for Late to Hate. Now let's just see the rest of the way here. Yes, we'll finish with last in the division. Will not be 500 or better, but we'll make the playoffs. So yeah, so Dish I think would have gotten knocked out anyway. But the good news is everyone is back in except for Lake to Hate, who's already clinched first place. So let's hide these. And Lake to Hate is already the winner. And let's just make this all green so I don't forget we have a winner. Believe it or not, it has happened that I forget that we have a first place winner already. So fortunately, Lake to Hate's guesses for the second section will not be scrutinized at all, having already clinched the victory. Does that all fit? Let me see. Almost all fits. How's that? That fits. Okay. All right. This is the last part of the Survivor style section, so this is not part of the tiebreak. So I will score it, but we won't put a highlight on it. It was 26 wins. Who was closest? The Holler was closest with 52 wins. But again, that is the last part of the Survivor style section. Now we enter the numerical section. Okay, games behind in this division. 68 games. Almost a very nice number. Look at this. Lake to Hate would have been closest with 59. But it is the Holler closest with 46. So not close, but the closest. All right. MLB rank. Oh, these are the MLB ranks. So let's take a quick look. And in our notepad, I will make note of what these ranks are. Oh, pretty easy. Offense, all 30th. And then defense, let me make sure I get the order right. 30, 28, 29. Okay, that will be easy to remember. Right? And I put it on the notepad just in case. Okay. So, rank in runs scored, dead last, 30th. Again, Lake Tate was the closest, but already out of the running. So Tyler, 27th, is the closest. Okay, next up we have batting average, 30th, dead last again. Look at that, Late to Hate. You know what, Late to Hate, even if you hadn't clinched, you would still be doing really well here. But Tyler is the next closest, so he gets the point. All right, home runs hit. Again, 30th, dead last. We have a tie here, so several people will get points. Including Late to Hate would have gotten a point. So don't listen to Late to Hate's false modesty. Even if he hadn't gotten the front end right, he would be right, actually in the lead in the tiebreak section. All right, next up, rank in ERA. Again, 30th, dead last. Tyler is the only one who guessed close, 29. The next closest guess was 27 by Ken Games. All right, next up is rank in strikeouts thrown, 28th. Ken Games gets that exactly right, so it takes that one. And then defensive efficiency, 29th. Kynan gets that exactly right. Nicely done. Oh, it looks like by this point, DishNet has started to give up. The answer, J. And then, why are there so many questions? Nice. Okay, regular season home runs hit by the batter who leads this team in home runs. I think it was 23. Yep, 23 is the answer we're looking for. Weirzy 99, very close with a 24. And Zero Cat with a 22. They tie. They each get a point. Lowest batting average, and then we're going to look for highest batting average as well. And again, it's a minimum of 300 plate appearances. So lowest with 300 plate appearances is Miyamoto with a 202. 202. We'll have to open this up a little bit. Whoa, a 203 by Zero Cat. Amazing guess, Zero Cat. Jumping back in the running now with 2 points. Several players with 2 points and Tyler with 4. All right, highest batting average with 300 plate appearances is our baseball playing detective, Murdoch Pike, 261. 267. 263.45 by DishNet. You know what? Believe it or not, 263.45 by DishNet just edges out Tyler. DishNet with a point in the tiebreak. Very nice. Lowest OPS. It's a minimum 300 plate appearance. So again, it's Miyamoto with a 533. Got to get these decimals in there. You got some close answers. Holy cow, 532 by Ken Games. Nicely done. Ken Games have up to 3 answers. Tyler DB still on 4. All right, the highest OPS. Highest OPS with 300 plate appearances is 731. 739. Pi, guessed by DishNet. I'm not seeing anything closer than 739. Where's he with 2 now? Highest batter strikeout percentage. We have to go to batting stats 2 for this. Strikeout percentage, 29.5. This is way lower than our scrub level team. There's something very different about this squad. The strikeout percentage is way lower, yet the team performed way worse. 29.5 is the answer. 29.5. 31. I believe 31 is the closest to 29.5. That means Ken Games now has 4. Tying Tyler DB. A late rusher by Ken Games. All right, strikeouts thrown by the pitcher who leads this team in strikeouts. It's pretty low, 138. Oh, the guesses are good, though. There's a 140 guess by Kynan. Brings him up to 3 correct answers. Highest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched. You know, it just occurred to me, this DishNet might have been answered by Yukirin Kazami. I bet that's what happened, because she did say she answered. All right, the highest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched is 11.3. Truly horrendous. Late would have been the closest with 9.72. The closest is under 7 is Tyler DB. Not close, but closest. That should be our saying for this. Not close, but closest. The lowest ERA, at least 100 innings pitched, is 4.31 from a reliever. I think it's a tie between Tyler DB and the Holler. So Tyler with a late comeback now takes a 6-4 lead over Ken Games, and Kynan is there with 3. Can still potentially play spoiler. Highest whip with at least 100 innings pitched. 2.64 whip. 2.64. Oh, these are some good guesses. Mewtwo. 2.55. And the lowest whip, 1.36. 1.4 is 0.04 away, the Holler. So the Holler with 3, Tyler DB with 4, and Ken Games with 4. I think Tyler DB has clinched it. But just to finish off, home runs per 9 with at least 100 innings pitched. The worst home runs per 9. 2 pitchers with a 3. 3 home runs per 9. Truly terrible. 2.7 is the closest. It is Weirzy, but not quite enough, as Tyler DB clinches second place. Late Tate in first. Tyler DB in second. Nicolino is back from vacation, and I sent him all of our accumulated pack giveaway prizes, and I believe those have been sent out. So I will send today's, probably after tonight's stream, because I have to go to that art gallery thing for my kids' after-school art show. But I will get these out to you as soon as possible now that we know he's back. And let me look for the Nolan Network, see if he's on. Oh, he is on. All right. Well, thank you everyone for being here. I hope you had fun watching the diabolical stream. And thank you for the raids. I know we started with Dr. Dynastic, who got us off to a huge start. Marbeck raiding in from Spain. Raid from PBE Sim, always appreciated. And Cavacom, my favorite Sunday streamer, in fact. Cavacom. If you're not already following Cavacom, what Sunday morning is complete without watching Cavacom? Watches PT24, PT25, and PT26 teams in the playoffs. Only a couple weeks left probably in PT24. So watch those teams lose. And then, enjoy the chat. Enjoy his company. It is a super entertaining stream. Legit, one of my favorite parts of Sunday morning is hanging out with Cavacom and his super fun chat. All right, so we're going to raid into the Nolan Network. I'm not going to give him a shout out because we're going to raid into him anyway. You'll see him soon enough. But highly recommend giving him a follow as well. In addition to doing a Mariner save and a 1900 Pirate save, he's also doing a Ted Williams experiment to see how good he could have been without losing all that time to military service. And yes, and everyone opens packs too fast compared to Cavacom. All right, have fun, everybody. Hopefully, I'll see some of you tonight when we'll do another version of this experiment, trying to get to 50 wins. We're coming out with crouton. One crouton.